Now we are connected with the rest, meaning the movement accidents.
Jā, jāapstāsta, vai ir skaņa, vai skaņa ir
Vai jūs man dzirdat?
Kolēģi,
Dzirdam.
paldies, Gana.
Viss ir labi, Mārciņu.
Labi, sākšu valsts valodā. Labrīt, kolēģi, telekomikos kolēģi, labas kolēģos. Es atvainojos visiem tiem kolēģiem, kuri ir attālināti, bet ņemot vērā to, ka šis ir mūsu starpinstitucionāls un, varētu teikt, starpnodaļu darba sanāksme un darba tikšanās, tad turpmāk mēs runāsim angļu valodā, par ko es, protams, atvainojos, bet es ceru, ka nevienam nav iebildumi un viss sapratīs. So, okay. Now now I try to speak English also, as that this will be meeting of colleagues on the days.
So I hope now it should be okay.
I try to once more. So, okay, as this will be meeting of colleagues from the Baltic states, I hope that nobody objects that we will proceed. Not in our national language, but in English with some Baltic accent. So, unfortunately, Mr. Jurgen Tandis, head of the National Cultural Heritage Development Board, cannot join our workshop due to his busy schedule, but he is successful and grateful work to all of us. We inform that several of our colleagues, including Deputy Chef Vivita, with Barbara, follow our meeting via, and I know that she will say some words to our participants. Vivita, please would.
Good morning, dear participants. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this meeting where we will discuss the important issues of illicit circulation of cultural goods. Considering the territorial location, the cooperation of all three countries is very important. In my point of view, a similar understanding of the issues of circulation of cultural goods would improve application of the existing regulatory framework in each of our countries. I hoped that today's discussion and sharing
that the property, that the cultural goods will be confiscated, then what's going to happen with that? So normally confiscated goods are destroyed under the customs surveillance, but obviously that's not the case at all with the cultural items. And it's also not the case that a lot of confiscated goods are sold in the customs auction. But with cultural goods, that also is never the case, because we have the special regulation and the procedure that the cultural values which have been confiscated have to be handled over to the Ministry of Culture, and they then already, in cooperation with Heritage Board, decide what's going to happen with these confiscated items, but obviously never destroyed or sold. Next slide, please now. Or can I change? No. Okay, I have to speed up or make it more interesting. Okay, then yes, export is the licensed, and we have then two types of permits, which is the one-time permit and the temporary permit up to 5 years. And obviously, not obviously, and also we have the notification of an export. So I don't know if you have that. I know that a lot of countries don't. And this is something that actually verifies that this is not the cultural, Estonian cultural object, and you can freely move across the border, which is quite handy. A lot of people who are traveling across the border, they are taking those notifications, and it's very handy for customs as well, because then we know that yes, these goods can leave. And in the customs union code, plus also the our own customs code, we have all the rights to control the cultural items. We can search people, we can search the cars, we can seize them, we can basically we can do everything. We have all the rights to control the cultural goods. Next slide, please. And also in the internal border, the mobile units, they are checking according to the risk analysis, and it's always their task as well to find if there are hidden or any cultural objects they have to seize and discuss it, that whether it's something that might need a license or could be stolen. So here's what our license looks like, and the customs then has to fulfill the red box there that verifies the date and the place where the cultural goods are leaving the European Union, Estonia. Next slide. And this is also familiar for you. This is the European export license. The only difference there for customs is maybe that we don't see that every day, and there's 2 boxes we have to tick. It's kind of like inland, the first 23rd box has to be ticked by customs, and then at the border also verified and signed. And this is, so if you see this sort of license, this is also like straight away like a red flag that there's something we see them through. Next slide, please. Re-export. This is doesn't require any permit, but a person has to prove that the item has been like temporarily in the country. And when people are leaving to the third countries, we always suggest them to make a temporary import declaration, because then it's easy to prove that I came to your country with this item already, that I haven't been purchased it or stolen, but this is something I came here with, and that kind of helps you to go back where it came from. And there's only one kind of exception with the re-export at the moment, and this is the sanctions again. Several times I'm going to mention them because this is our priority in working with those every day, every minute. So the sanction against Russia, the export goods are prohibited. They are like kind of classified as luxury goods. And are prohibited if the value is more than 300 euros. But there is one exception, that if these cultural items have been borrowed from Russia, then re-export is allowed. We haven't seen any yet, but we know that then we have to allow the re-export. Next slide, please. And what is illegal then? Obviously, illegal to export without the export permit. And we have a couple of times also seized the items that haven't had the export license, and it wasn't something that they wanted to do, but it was kind of didn't know that the export permit was needed or something. We haven't found anything too criminal or too interesting in export, unfortunately, so far. Failure to return the cultural object after the expiry of the time limit of temporary export and violation of any other condition of export. This is also considered as illegal export. And yes, this, what I mentioned briefly before, this law on the return of items unlawfully removed from the European Union, that there are tasks for police and customs to check those goods, to verify either these items are stolen or not. Thanks to our colleagues from the Heritage Board, we also get help on this matter, and they also are obliged to carry out the expert assessment in this respect. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the sanctions, a bit more of them. That what are they? These are the customs code headings 9,700, and listed then what is considered as luxury goods under the Article 3H of the Regulation 833 2014. And I don't know how, or is that the case in your countries? But we have some clever ones who are exporting things to the to Russia, and they are keeping the value strictly under these 300 euros, like 299, 298 or whatever. But when the value is under 300 euros, the export is allowed. Next slide, please. And how customs officers know what is kind of sanctioned, because Russia is not or Belarus not the only country sanctioned. Iraq, Syria, several others. So we have these red lists in our risk system that the people can just scroll and have a look at what could be moving, that they would know that, oh, this is suspicious, we have to have a look. Next one, please. Oh, it's the coffee machine cleaning time. And Ukrainian red list, obviously Ukrainian items are on the, we are checking very thoroughly that there wouldn't be any Ukrainian items stolen. They're illegally moved from Ukraine, and Ukraine has this red list already a long time ago. But in next slide, we show you one case. This is just nothing too interesting, but just to show that we are checking and people are actually very anxious to find. Also, it was a truck stopped in Narva border in January, and this icon was like it wasn't really hidden in the car, but it was like in the seat, wrapped in the plastic. And it was suspicious because on the other side of the icon was the writing was like similar to Ukrainian language. So that was suspicious to whether it comes from Ukraine, that has it been stolen or whatever. So we seized it and obviously send all the information to our colleagues to find out what we're dealing with. I like the picture down there on the right-hand side, that how we have teach them to very carefully, only with gloves, and how to do the measurement that heritage boards would. So it will be easier to do the expertise. So, but yeah, at the end, two people gave the expertise. One from Poland, one was from.
Actually, they were both Ukrainian experts, but one is living in the other country, and the other one was from the side, from the Ukrainian. But the Poland was like working between bringing us together.
Yeah. So anyway, these were like really comprehensive expertise. Especially the first one was really interesting, and based on this expert's opinion, the icon is not from Ukraine and is a low value, and we gave that back to that person. But we are checking really thoroughly that nothing illegal from Ukraine is moving. Next slide, please. Yeah, and import. Go to the next one. The import is not regulated. It will be. It's not fully implemented yet, the European regulation, but it will be regulated. But for customs, we always check the customs value, because there's a lot of cases where the value is given a lot lower than it actually is, and there's obviously taxes there, and the customs has to collect the taxes. So here again, our colleagues, thank you very much for that. They quite often help us to evaluate or give us the approximate value at least, because sometimes it's like they are declaring us like, I don't know, €2, and it's actually, I don't know, 200 euros a piece or something like that. Legal ownership. Do these people actually have a right to move around with these items? And this is like this previous icon as well. It's like, where you got it from? Oh, I bought it from the market, but it didn't cost anything. We hear those stories all the time, like. And but there's going to be one picture later on that I can talk more about it. But we are checking those things always. Sanctions, what to do? Obviously, we are checking that nothing from Iraq's sanctioned countries, nothing is coming in, and also smuggling. A lot of times, smuggling, they as soon as they hide things somewhere in the car, somewhere in the under the clothing, etc., it is a crime, because it's called smuggling. So that all we control, and the findings come from import mainly. Next one, please. So yeah, a good example. A person was traveling with, how to call it, like a church. Relic, yeah. And we seized it. It looked really nice. It was really nice. And we again contacted our heritage board, because it's not common item that you buy from a shop or from the market. It's you normally have you have to earn to get the right to or permission to get this, to own this item. First, absolutely no documents whatsoever. But after we seized it, and some time went by, and we got the idea what it is actually, and then they finally came with the paperwork that when they proved that they actually had the right to own this. This was they got it for the wedding present or something like that. So anyway, they had the paperwork that that they were the legal owners. They obviously had to pay the tax, and then we released the goods. Next one, please. And common risks for us are like unusual packaging, poor quality of the item, unprofessional packaging. The item in the document absolutely doesn't match. Unusual smell is quite interesting. Our sniffer dogs have actually found some icons hidden in the car. We don't have any sniffer dogs for cultural items, but there was unusual smell for them. Insurance and certificate always like really suspicious that you can read so much from the certificate or there is something really, really valuable and there is no insurance. No, come on, there's something wrong there. And suspicious, something suspicious in documents that something's been deleted, typos, different font styles, data different from the documents, doesn't match. Value description, the item, etc. The picture and the description doesn't match. So if it is a poor quality document, there's always suspicious about that. Next one, please. And proceeding, yeah, maybe that's interesting for us. This misdemeanor proceeding. We have a level everything that is under 40,000 is misdemeanor procedure, and everything that is over 40,000, then it can be a criminal case. And if it's a misdemeanor the procedure, then the fine is up to 1,200. For private person and 3,200 for juridical person, company, it means, yeah. And a criminal proceeding, then we have the maximum punishment is 4 years imprisonment. A legal person can get a fine up to 16 million, actually. And a physical person during the criminal case, 300 to 5,000 euros. Next one, please. And about one case, it's a very interesting case about at least 10 years ago, actually, but still really, really interesting. Javlensky, this is the painter, and that was the discovery. Let's go to the next one. We found from a car, unfortunately, the painting wasn't neither of them, but it was Javlensky portrait. Unfortunately, the file when it was saved was damaged, and I don't have the actual picture of the painting at the moment. But we sent one car to the X-ray, and it showed that something is hidden in the boot of the car. On top of this boot, under the bolster, there's something hidden there. So we searched the car, and we found a painting, which looked really old, and it has a certificate with it. It said this is original painting from Javlensky, and the certificate was given by Tretjakov Gallery. And the guys who are driving with this car, they're saying that they're just mules. And they're saying that, oh, we got this from Ivangorod, and somebody gave us 500 euros, said that just take it to the other side, everything's legal. You see, there's a certificate here, so everything clear. Why are we hiding this? Oh, just the customs tax and stuff, so go to the other side. So we obviously seized that painting, and the colleague doesn't work anymore, whom I contacted. She's retired now. But she said to me that, Erika, where's that painting? That can you hide it or take it to a safe place? That I think its value is like something $14 million or something like that. So I said, oh, all right. And we took it to our National Arts Museum for expertise, and obviously to safely keep it, because we don't have places to keep those sort of things. And the expertise took very, very long. It was like, it was really like from a criminal movie. It was taken to the hospitals, the X-ray was done, and the DNA analysis and everything. But Tretjakov Gallery, unfortunately, wasn't really cooperative with us, because we had some problem with the war statue moved in Tallinn from one place to another. So, and anyway, it was the painting is original and costs 14 million. A criminal case was ongoing, obviously, and then suddenly he got more. The case wasn't closed yet, and he got more information, more proof, and he said no, it was falsification, and the value is zero. So 2 years were passed. We can't carry on misdemeanor procedure over 2 years. So basically, all we could do was to confiscate this painting, and it's still in that museum, and like training material or something like that. This was the only thing what we could do. And what was interesting is that in the certificate, the signature was, if I remember correctly, like up on the right-hand corner, but on the painting it was actually down on the right-hand corner. So whoever gave that certificate didn't actually see the picture, I think, something like that. So anyway, that case ended this way. I never know where this painting came from. Nobody was interested about it, absolutely nothing. We even put it into the media, and even after that, nobody actually wanted to claim it as somebody who owned this or something like that. Next one, please. Yeah, and this is more recent, 2018 in Luhamaa. So we found there, it was also extremely interesting, because he was a truck driver, and thank God they're making these sort of mistakes. But he came to the border, and then they suddenly realized when border guard stopped him that, oh my God, I quickly have to hide these items. So he started to put them into his pockets and everything. I'm talking about the driver. And obviously they said, oh, what do you have there? And they took the truck to the control hall, and there he was. The real actor skills came out, because the border guards were like checking the truck in the front. So he went quickly to the back of the car and jumped into this control hole, or what it is, underneath the cars you can go. So he jumped there. He was playing that he's hitting his head into the stairs. So he's trying to play that he's unconscious. But poor fellow obviously didn't realize that we have cameras everywhere. So it was quite funny, actually, to see afterwards how he was playing there. Anyway, we found 115 coins and 159 other items. You can see several the picture. Nella can probably talk more what they were. But the value was like evaluated 72,330 euros. And this is mainly the value of the gold. And the items like really, really old. You can go to the next slide. There's some more pictures. Next one, please. Like the pendant. this was, I think, the one of them was only 5,000 or 6,000. The value of this pendant, really old to see. Next one, please. And this was the only item which was mainly the items came somewhere around the Black Sea, Crimea, which makes it very interesting. And this was then from the Egypt, the little scarabæus. And this case it went to the court, obviously, and we have the court solution with this. And it's really, really unfortunate because we can come back to what I mentioned earlier, that no ownership was proved. This a physical person who carried those across the border, he didn't prove in any way where he got those items from. Obviously, these items were confiscated and they are secret. They are safe in the Heritage Board at the moment, and the court case is finished. So they were confiscated, and the fine is by a charge 500 euros. So the items were like 72,000. You saw some of them are before the Christ. They're basically, you can't evaluate them. And we have the law you can punish like from 300 euros to 5,000 euros plus the 4 years imprisonment, etc., plus the money laundering. But no, so I think we have something to do with the prosecutors and judges that to raise the quality and awareness there. Next one, please. But yeah, this is my last slide. And this is an interesting cooperation with the museums and churches, what we have. It started long time ago. Coincidentally, there's a link actually if somebody wants to see what we're doing there. But basically, museums have a problems if the items. It started with the altar, yeah, that they wanted to. They're renovating it and they wanted to X-ray it, but it's obviously too large to take into the hospital X-ray or something like that. So they asked from us, from customs, that you probably have a portable X-ray that could you come to help us this renovation, and obviously we did, and we have done several churches now, and just on the 13th of June we are going to the Tartu to the museum, and then we have like 3 statues there that they want to X-ray, and we go with the portable X-ray to help them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe somebody has some questions.
Hopefully I have some voice till the end of the day. If not, maybe later I can explore the excavation mine.
It is solution.
Yeah, it might be. I can't see.
This one?
No.
That's the next one.
Oh, actually, Annika should though.
Should I?
Yes.
You play the next one.
Thank you for inviting us, and it's been really interesting and extra interesting to hear about your legislation and problems. I think we have common problems, and about myself, previously I'm a former conservator. Actually, worked in 3 museums before currently finishing my doctoral thesis in Estonian Academy of Arts, and also I represent Estonia in UNESCO with 2 conventions, 1954 Hague Convention. Maybe you've heard about it, and the 1970 Convention, and yes, actually, yeah, I came from Paris right now, and they had the very same topics on table about the monitoring of e-shops, for example, or different kinds of awareness raising activities and problems with cooperating with big tech companies to make some amendments or to just stop the possibility to share treasure hunt videos in YouTube or in other social media platforms, and funding problems, of course, and what else? Other kind of philosophical question. But in our National Heritage Board, I'm with Kadri. We are responsible on issuing the export permits, and also we are together in this topic, and also we organize everything that is related with movable heritage, and like we distribute the restoration grants, we organize cultural heritage crisis trainings, etc. We have lots of tasks. Next, yeah, yes. I wanted to show you a brief overview about how the export of cultural goods are organized and supervised. We have also an online register for cultural heritage, and I'm not going to open the link, but we have, in my opinion, it is very fast and simple procedure for submitting the application for the permit. And you can just register via your identification card, for example, and the legal person or citizen, everyone can enter to the register, and on the left hand you have this export issue, and you can just do it online. There you have to fill in all the forms, and you just there are different. You just have to say everything you know about your item, like the date, the one picture about the item, whatever, the value of the item and everything. So it takes about 10 minutes, maybe, and then it comes straight to our table, and we just at the same page we conduct the business. So and import obviously is not regulated through this register, and as Erika said, we deal with import issues case by case. Here is a little bit statistics. Our numbers are slightly different than your numbers. About So in Estonian, we distinguish actually between an export permit and an export license. So and also we have this export notice. Here are the numbers, and on imports we don't specifically collect the statistics. Yes. The most popular is the export notice, of course. Now, we have this Intra-Community Transport, Export and Import of Cultural Objects Act. Elika talked about it. And the Act provides a nomenclature according to which we can determine whether an item may be imported permanently or temporarily. And we have 16 criteria in this nomenclature that determines the type of the object, the age, or the age, and the context of an object. And most important criteria for issuing export notice is the cultural context. That if the object is not related with Estonian cultural scene, but it has antique and commercial value, usually we issue the notice to just facilitate the export procedure, and of course it gives us the overview about the objects that are moving. And most commonly we issue the notice to antique dealers, and in the case of cross-border sales, and to private individuals, for example, when they are moving their domestic property abroad. And here are some examples. As you also saw, we had 49 export notices, but sometimes yes, they apply for the whole collection. And so we had in 2022, last year, 155 items. The small silver casket up right, actually, it's from the early 19th century. It was made in Russia, and it was bought from Latvian antique market in 2002, and brought to Estonia and sold to United States. The helmet down there, it originated from Polish. It's a hussar's helmet from 17th to 18th century, and it was brought from eBay store from Lithuania, Karabela store. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. In 2021, and it was sold to Belarus. There is also a very interesting cabinet. We have a sumo, world famous sumo wrestler, Kaido Hövelson, and he had it as a gift from the Japan government. And the cabinet was in turn to Japan. It came through the Sotheby's auction house in 1988, and it was sold back to the Sotheby's in London. And it cost 20,000 euros. For example, yes, icons are the most circulated items. And this icon is from late 17th century. It originated from Russia and brought from Germany and sold to USA. This is how it works, but this is our, we have some very trustworthy antique shops and antique dealers, but we don't have the same kind of license dealers. Actually, we don't have at all any kind of licenses for antique dealers. And there is also one painting down there you can see. It's a Netherlands artist, Zorg. Maybe you have heard about him. The painting is from 17th century and it was sold to Australia. These objects, except that maybe the cabinet, it had the context. It was related with our very famous athlete, and but still it was his personal belonging, yes, his personal gift, and he can do whatever he wants. If he wants to donate to the museum, then it has the cultural context from Estonia, and then there would be no chance to submit the export notice. And then, of course, if it's a museum object, you can sell it. So these objects doesn't have actually any context with Estonia. That's why we issue export notice. Now, the export permit, we had 15 permits, and with very many items. And here are some examples. Very interesting. The cat with the woman, or the woman with a cat, for example. Mainly, we issue export permits for museums and for universities. On the purpose of research and restoration or restitution. Mostly they are temporary for 1 to 5 years. And most commonly museums apply for this permit and for international exhibitions. And I think there were 6 paintings for the exhibition in Lithuania. It was the Dark Arts exhibition in Šiaulions National Museum of Art. Yeah. Then there was on the right hand down the corner the Money exhibition in Latvian History Museum. Then there is one. There were 5 medieval archaeological teeth for analysis to Stockholm. There is one interesting object, the steam locomotive. I don't know how they managed to get over the border with it, but it is exhibited temporarily in Latvia. Somewhere, and actually in 1990s it was bought from the Ukraine, and I don't remember where it was manufactured, but actually yes, and this is our national monument. It belongs to the list of the national monuments, and they should have had the chance to move with it. And so we I don't know, Kadri discovered it. Kadri is also the inspector, and she's doing the supervision about the movable national monuments. But Kadri somehow discovered that it's not in Estonia, and then we contacted the owner, and he said that it's been in Latvia for some years now, and we just issued the permit later. Now there is this axe from 12th to 13th century. It's also in Latvia right now in the History Museum exhibition. Some objects we have to contact. We have less human resources working with this issue in National Heritage Board, but also we have in this Export Act, if they get the export permit, they have to notify us when they are bringing back the objects. And here are this is a coat of arms of Cruise and Stern lineage. And there were many items that were also sent to Russia to some kind of exhibition from the our History Museum. But I hope they are back here. Also, we have to go. Here is one restitution object. Also, down there is a sword from archaeological sword from Ukraine. Maybe Nela will speak about it later.
But I can tell you, this is one of the only two cases we've had that we have following the UNESCO 1970 convention and giving back to the original country archaeological items. So this is a sword, Viking Age sword, and it was given back in Ukraine in 2015.
We got a couple of hundreds waiting.
Oh, okay, because we have this and a lot of golden items right now. So that's it.
Mm-hmm. And the export license, which we all have the similar form. This is a very rare occasion, and it only, according to the European Council regulation, it only applies to extra expensive objects. For example, there are Fabergé objects moving that are over 50,000 euros, and the monetary value is the most important category here. And if the object is moving outside the customs union also, and so we have actually sometimes, yes, there are very expensive Estonian museum painting collections with very high insurance value. Here is and some objects for auctions, and basically these very, very valuable objects, they circulate between auction houses, and the middle one is the national treasure, Akseli Kallelas painting, Finland's national treasure, and it costs 2.5 million euros. Also sold in Great Britain, and with import we deal case by case, and here are some just some objects from recent times, and as Elika already showed you. For example, with when here is the procedure for the expertise. If the customs seizes an object, then they usually do their own inspection first. They control the documents. Elika, you can correct me if there is something missing. They take photographs, sometimes they check the stolen art databases, and then they contact the Heritage Board. Then the first important aim is to identify the provenance and the market price and the status, which is the most problematic if you don't have the documents about the icon or about the object, if the owner doesn't have the documents, then it's really hard to spot if it was illegally in circulation or legally. And then we start to collect additional information. We also check stolen art databases. We have our own also. And then we contact relevant experts. We don't have that kind of a commission that you have with 25 experts, but I'm starting to think that maybe it would be good to make it, but not with this 3-year restriction, because there are so few experts in certain areas. So usually we contact with specific. It also depends on specific material, conservators, art historians, chemists, maybe sometimes, or international experts. And then we compile the report, given the information we gathered, and forward it to Elika. And then there is 2 options: to confiscate or to release the object. But yes, here are some cases. For example, the icon, the Vladimir Mother of God, it came from Russia, and we suspected that it has the Ukrainian origin, and we contacted 2 experts. One said that it might be Ukrainian, and the other said that even if it is Ukrainian, it doesn't have any value. And actually, the Vladimir is because there is everybody know, of course, the district in Russia, Vladimir district, and where they make those. And sometimes the letters from the back was scratched with nails, and they were there just to restore or refresh them, and they just scratched the addresses or the owner's mark down to the other side of inside the wood. And this is it's very hard if we talk about the border cultures. When, for example, we also they are very mixed cultures on the borders, and it's quite difficult to spot if it was illegally owned. And there is another example, Buddha head, or a Buddha meditating with 7-headed Naga statue. We have had another one in 2015 seized at the border, and this was obviously, this was packed and it was very suspicious. I don't remember where they found it exactly from the car, but it was
it wasn't really like hidden, but it was like wrapped in the plastic stuff, so you couldn't see exactly. But the thing is that importers have to declare stuff like that to the customs, and they didn't. So they didn't declare it anyway. So that was also suspicious.
So we first of all, I contacted our stone conservator from the art museum, and then we took some analysis in the laboratory, just as these kind of objects are, they also make a lot of copies, and it's another market for that kind of objects. And we just wanted to know that maybe it's, how can I say, a natural stone, or it is not, it's the mixed solution, and it's valuvi.
cement or something like that.
Yes, cement. Exactly. And it was a natural sandstone. Then I contacted historians from Tartu University, then they helped me they have contacts with the Cambodia National Museum, and then we contacted them and waited for the answer for 1 month. This is very usual also. It took 2 months to get the expertises from the expert opinions. Okay, given the case that there is typical circumstances in Ukraine, but also in whatever country, it takes a long time to get the opinion or report. If we, it was also, you can see on the Buddha head that it was restored before, and we suspected that it is not a copy. But then the Cambodia Art Museum, they were very thankful to us that we started this case at all, but they said that they don't want it back. So we did all the work. They didn't want it back because they have many of them, a lot of them, and they don't have enough room to keep them all in the museum and so on. So we just released it, and gave it back to the owner.
Yeah, same thing that they declared it to the customs. The customs value was according what didn't help to figure out what the value could be. And yes, we released it, but well, at least my thing from Cambodia was that they thanked us very well for all the nice work done. It was quite a bit of work done. And it was bad to release it, actually. I took it to the heritage board from Narva and just like driving all over with it and quite a bit of work for nothing. But an interesting story.
Yeah.
Some stories, and that's
great, yeah. And the modern Orthodox relic, Andrew the Apostle from Russia. This was also, it raised many questions because they didn't have any documents, and the Tretyakov, but the owners were certainly interested about, because it's a relic and it has a spiritual value for them. It was certainly a very important object for them. So they organized the necessary documents quite quickly from the Tretyakov gallery. This is another very interesting case because it raises a question about the copies. If you identify that copies are circulating, then shall we contact with the artist, or is it like there were 40 paintings coming from Sochi, and they said that the value was 117 euros. This is very ridiculous. This is not even if one of the artists was Christoph Bevers from Dutch artist, and the online on eBay or wherever online store, the paintings cost 400 to 1,500, and I thought that this might be copies because yes, they were signed on the back. They are is painted like they had no. They were totally new, and they are replicas because they are exactly the same kind, the same motifs declared as original. But I don't believe this is. But these are copies. They had the documents, the recipes, and just there were different kind of that kind of. So we also gave them.
We then gave the different value for us because what was suspicious, they were declared to us like under 2 years a piece.
Per piece, yeah.
So these days, you're not getting anything for 2 years. So yeah, we underestimated the customs value at least, but we couldn't because we actually through Europol we contacted several countries that whether they have the right to sell these authors' copies, because this could be the intellectual property and but nobody was interested. So we kind of did several things, but we didn't find the interest or all the answers, and then we didn't have anything to do. We just released, but gave the different value because 2 years on it.
Actually, where is it coming from?
They came from Russia or in Roma border.
I believe that all the discoveries were made in the border of Eastern Europe. So the reason.
Yeah, but they came from Crimea. They were from Crimea as well. I remember they were sent like from Crimea.
Yeah, and fresh copies. So. Yes, these are just some links. Maybe I believe you use the same ones. Our stolen items are also in this, in the Interpol IDR database. And this is my desktop with my checkpoints that I don't miss anything important.
I have a question about this Buddha. You released the item and the perpetrator was not punished, right?
Maybe only
They weren't punished because we didn't find anything to punish with. It didn't classify like smuggling. It wasn't like smuggled. It was cooperative. We left value. Obviously, it didn't declare as such, but the misdemeanor procedure wasn't started because only for that, and because the Cambodia said it wasn't like illegally exported from their country. Then we can't do anything because import is not import doesn't need the import license at the moment. So they didn't actually kind of violate anything too much. The only thing was they should have declared it to us, but also the ownership wasn't proved. But it all went to Cambodia. That this answer didn't really help us at all because we discussed it. What can we do now? There weren't too many things, and then it's like, okay, if the country of origin is not interested, then.
So his possible punishment was dependent upon the answer of Cambodia, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If Cambodia would have said that this was illegally exported, that would be a completely different matter. Then we would have started misdemeanor procedure because it wasn't over 40,000, but misdemeanor definitely, and maybe something more even. But yeah, in that case, there wasn't much to do actually. We didn't find the legal points that how to carry on like.
So this letter from Cambodia actually launders this item for the current owner, let's say.
Yeah. It's. I understand your point. It's quite often that people are coming with the items and they say they purchased them from the market, and they don't have like even checks that they purchased them by cash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they didn't get any receipt. It's quite common, and it's really hard to distinguish that what is now legal and what is the truth. We had another really, really interesting case. It was 3 paintings, really large ones, and there was like one Madonna with the Jesus child, but then
landscapes.
Yeah, landscape, yeah, from the Netherlands. And these were like so beautiful that when our artists, which the experts saw them in the museum, we took them into the museum. They were like, where did you got this from? They were like so excited. This Madonna painting was from 1,700 something, and the values of them at the end we found out were also like 400,000 and 600,000 euros. They were really valuable. It's an extremely interesting story, actually. The guys came across the Narva. We have the river between Russia, and they had these only in the big sports bag, really largest I've ever seen. And they came and they said they bought these pictures for their grandmother, and they cost like, I don't know, 500 rubles or 2,000 rubles, I can't remember, very little value. And obviously it was like suspicious that nothing costs so little. I mean, these guys were like so suspicious. So we seized them. But where you got them from? Oh, we bought them from the market. So, and this was my good colleague, Vilja, maybe you remember it, of course. And we were like looking with Vilja, and we found that the little stamp behind that one of the paintings, and that was a stamp of a gallery in France. So Vilja called them and said, we have a painting from you. And they said, what? In Estonia? Why? It's impossible, we're flying there tomorrow. I said, fine, lovely. We are waiting with William, nobody's coming. A couple of months goes by, William calls again. And it was the summertime, it was probably like French cleaner baby or something. So, what painting? Everyone is doing my vacation. I don't know. Another 3 months goes by. We're like, what's happening? So it was so bizarre. Because I met my friend in Estonia, so small, so everybody's basically related to her. And I was talking to my friend and I said, I have an amazing, interesting case that I have 3 paintings and nobody's interested in them. And she talked to her friend that, what an interesting job my friend has. And she went like kind of pale because it turned out that she was a lawyer. I said, I am representing these companies, that can I meet your friend? And she was like so scared. Oh my God, maybe I said something that she was no, just the contrary. So I met with this lawyer and she was angry with us. And she said that, why do you have these pictures? I said, some sort of, basically some sort of mules, criminals were walking with them. And then she proved the ownership. And the story was that they belonged to the 2 museums, one in the Netherlands, one in France. And a large collection went to Russia and to St. Petersburg for the exhibition. And they had all the documents, the insurances, the transit documents, the licenses. And the value was altogether like 12 million or something. It was really, really expensive. And suddenly, the exhibition is going on still in Russia. And 3 paintings are in the Estonian border. And but as they proved the ownership, everything, these paintings were stored in our Gadrio museum in their storage. They're nice and safe. And then we made all the documentation because it was clear that the ownership was proved for us. And if it's proved, we have to give them back. Not obviously to these mules. It's a legal owner. And I was there in that museum, and then they came with special DHL cars. All was like they were covered with these white, the doctors, the surgeons, and everything. All, and they were all packed and nicely put into these special machines. So it was like for us, it was such a red flag that these paintings don't travel from one place to another in a sports bag like that. And then this lawyer was about to leave, and I said, what happened? How come these paintings were in Estonia? And she said, I don't know. And I said, sorry, I actually expected like a gift for our customs officer or something, because you would never in your wildest dreams would see these paintings anymore. And until today, I don't know what happened. I said to the lawyer, please contact the museum and ask how many paintings are still there or how many more have been stolen. It might have been the insurance case that these museums were involved also was, unfortunately, I can't tell you because I never found out. It was such a fascinating story. But I was there. I gave them back to the owners. It was really interesting.
And what happened with those two guys?
But they were they got some sort of punishment for the transport. Yeah, they got some misdemeanor fine, but our misdemeanor fine is not really high. Yeah, so it's not really high. They got something, but unfortunately, that's the case.
But did they try to find out who was the organizer of this event?
It's I don't know. I was really surprised that the lawyer wasn't cooperative. They were even like not cooperating. And years later, I saw that lawyer and wasn't doing customs officer at the time. I had a little break, and I saw her and I said, "Please tell me what happened." I'm not doing customs, but I'd like to know. Didn't tell me. So,
About trying, I only have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, because
It's good as preparation.
but sorry for the yes.
yeah.
check our resource and the materials. And how many
Yes,
It's what's
the arrows. Yeah, okay. So, okay, I will take over it here. So, first I have to correct a bit. I did some maths and I realized that we have already 12 years of experience with metal detectorists in Estonia. So my name is Nele Kangert. I'm an archaeologist working with for National Heritage Board, and for a while I've been working with metal detectorists and also finds handed over to the state. And we are a bit like rebels in the Baltics with our system, I understand. So I will talk about what have we learned really.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, that's okay. First, maybe I need to explain that by the law, the Heritage Conservation Act, here you can see in the definition of the archaeological finds, how it's this is a definition from the Conservation Act, and all archaeological finds belong to the state. There is a general obligation to notify National Heritage Board in the case of finding something with cultural value, and you should not you should not remove it from the site. You can't damage it, or also you have to. The most important is that you have to allow the establishment of cultural value of the thing by the state. I would also, that's also the link to our Conservation Act in English. So who's interested, you can further investigate. But I would draw your attention to the fact that actually in our law, there's no set date or time frame how old is the archaeological find. And this means that, for example, by our law, also, you know, that the Second World War relics can be archaeological finds. And no, that was, yes. So maybe this is a bit extreme example, but we can argue that this is also by our law, the archaeological find. So this is the salted fork hidden in the 1940s by Forest Brothers. You know, the partisan movement in Estonia, you have the same in Lithuania and Latvia. But, you know, it was hidden in the ground that has no owner. And it definitely tells the story of our past, of this very significant period in our history. And but so we didn't really excavate that, we didn't conserve it, but historians visited the place and documented it. So basically, since 2011, metal detecting in Estonia is regulated by law. The existing regulation is based on the idea that actually responsible metal detecting is indeed possible, and also this responsible metal detecting can provide important information for archaeologists. By the law, a search, we have also a definition of search device. It's not just metal detectors. Search device by the definition is a technical tool or device with the help of which it is possible to determine the location of the thing of cultural value on the surface of the ground, in the ground, and on the water. So search devices are also magnets and sonars, and especially nowadays, I think magnet fishing is a new, very popular thing in Estonia. So with this licensing, we can also regulate magnet fishing. Most frequently, of course, people use metal detectors. The use of search devices is strictly forbidden on monuments, in the buffer zones of monuments, and on protected archaeological sites, and this is punishable if you search that. And we actually changed our regulation a bit back in 2019. Our previous regulation said that you need a license to metal detect if you want to metal detect items with cultural value. But now a permit is needed for using the search device on water and outside the clearly defined area with compact settlement of the city, town, village, and also if you want to detect outside of yard land. And also the law gives some exceptions. You don't need a permit if you need the metal detector for your job, like forest management, construction works, research and agriculture and so on. Because in the end, these search devices, they are tools. The question is how you use them. In Estonia, finders have the right to get a reward. This is also quite an old tradition, since the first heritage law in Estonia, 1925. And the sum of the reward depends on the cultural value of a finding, but also we assess the circumstances, how it was found, and how it was handed over to a state. So we can pay the full value of the finding, but we can also, pay less if some rules were violated or somehow the find was endangered. Also, I like them. By the Heritage Act, we can also give the find to a finder. Basically, we will document it, and in many cases, like in the 17th, 18th century coins, that's enough. We can give it to a finder, and he will be a rightful owner and can sell it and collect it or do whatever. Of course, in the frame of the other laws. So if he wants to, take this out from the country, he has to follow, the customs laws and so on. So if you want, what do you have to do if you want to metal detect in Estonia? So first, you need the license, and you have to be 18 years old to get one. And you need to pass this very special training course. And these courses for search permit applicants are held like 4 or 5 times a year, and I still firmly believe that this is the best part of our regulation. And this is this lasts for 38 academic hours, so 2 weekends, and there are lectures about archaeology, explosives, different laws, and so on. We have lecturers from police, museums, National Heritage Board, and this is, we are really trying to explain the importance of archaeological context. And this is, the one time we can actually bring everybody together and maybe shift the detectorist perspective on heritage. So I think this is the one part of regulation that is really well done. Also, if you want to go to metal detect, you need landowner's permission. It doesn't matter if it's a private land or the state land, you need owner's permission. Before you go to do your searching, now by the law, you have to first notify National Heritage Board. And just basically you have to send a notification saying that this person goes this day at that time to this place. And in 30 days, all the detectorists, they have to submit the report. And basically that report says that, what they found. And if there is something, culturally valuable, we will give them feedback and they will hand over the files. And of course, we have given them during these training courses, we give them a set of rules. And there are some cases when it's very okay that you give the information about finds in a report. But of course, if there's a case of, you find a big hoard or something that needs archaeologists to excavate the item, they have to report at once or call us and we will go to a place and do the excavation works. Okay. But also, I wanted to say that what I like about about these detectorist reports. This is actually also, from the archaeological point of view. Idea is that we gather information about searching sites and finding spots and items that may not interest us today, but already maybe in 50 years, 30 years, interests of researchers will change. And, this information is needed. Because every time, detectorist goes to a field, he takes something away from the place, and maybe we need that information. So here are some statistics. Okay, so this is a bit, it's from 2021. Right now, the number of licensed detectorists in Estonia is roughly 1,000 detectorists. We get every year around 4,000, 5,000 search notifications, and roughly 4,000 artifacts are handed over to the state. And also, one expensive part of this system is, of course, paying the rewards. And as we are actually, for example, with coins, we are actually paying the market value, and we are of course very aware of that. Some items has market value, and we will, if we make these reward decisions, we will also consider these numbers. And for example, in 2021, the full sum for a year was 85,000 euros. The biggest single reward was 65,000 euros, and during all these years, I think the most expensive single find has been 5,000 euros. But again, these are like just some single lucky finders. Most of the time, you get maybe 50 euros or the book that says thank you. So these are just, the numbers can normally come from this very, very expensive and very, rare and also scientifically important Viking Age swords, the most common case. So during the years 2013 and 2021, over 40,000 archaeological finds are assessed by experts. And I think the biggest contribution of detectorists is tracking down new archaeological sites. And people with metal detectors typically discover, settlement sites, burial places, historical roads, some industry-related locations, and of course, treasure trove sites. I think we've noticed that, that advantage of detectorists is that they very often move in the places and go looking at the places that archaeologists do not necessarily go, by the landscape logic. And but very often, they find something. And for example, we know so much more about this Bronze Age because we have a lot of this single copper, single Bronze Age finds. And also the honor of finding the biggest Roman coin hoard belongs to the one detectorist club, and the oldest metal object, which you can see on the right corner, that also was found by detectorists. And where do people search? Thanks to this notification and report system, we can actually, there's a map. And it kind of illustrates nicely the trends and shows the searching hotspots. And there's definitely a trend that most of the detectorists go looking or detecting around the big cities and also near the roads. And there you can see more spots in the places where are actually some active detectorist clubs like Narva and Tallinn and Tartu. But of course, it also shows us the places that look very empty, and we definitely know there are some areas and still maybe I can't say it's most of the finds, but many finds rather go to the black market than actually reach archaeologists.
So the secret places are well seen on the map. They are the places that are not marked with this red dot.
Yeah, basically. Although, yeah, of course,
the north of Saaremaa.
Yeah, so we have like one of the places that worries us a lot is Saaremaa. Basically, that should be over Gotland, like a lot of Viking Age treasures and so on. But they very often we just hear rumors. We don't see the finds, and also south of Estonia. We know there are a lot of search detectorists, also from Latvia, but we don't know much about their finds. Yeah. So, and what we've learned during 12 years First, plan your resources and funding. And like I said, we have right now roughly 1,000 official detectorists. And if you encourage public to be more involved in archaeology, that you end up with a lot of information and a lot of findings. And we realized that people really, really, really want to participate. They want to do the right thing. They want to share their finds, their discoveries, and they need feedback. Well, lesson learned, plan your resources and funding. And as you can see from the diagram, we failed that part, I would say, because the green line indicates basically this is shows the increase of licensed detectorists over 10 years. And the red line shows the increase of officials working with detectorists during the 10 years. So right now, the reality is that we are actually drowning in fines. We have thousands of fines handed over to the state every year, and it really poses a challenge to archaeologists, conservators, and we are really slow to give feedback because we don't have enough experts to assess finds. We don't have enough, conservators, and that means people are really, really anxious and have to wait for quite a long time before they get their feedback. Mm-hmm. And we definitely know that this, demotivates finders, mm-hmm. and they kind of lose their trust to the system and the National Heritage Board. And this is what we are actually, the biggest problem we are dealing with that right now. By the law, we have actually only 6 months to give feedback to a finder. But the reality is right now that it can sometimes take up to 2-3 years. So it's slow, but we are constantly right now trying to find solutions, reform the system, and also we are working on different information databases and so on. What else we have learned? Oh, I haven't moved that. So that was a slide I was talking about. And this is my cupboard of shame. And here what you see is also the big question is how to manage the data provided by detectorists. And well, we definitely learned that not all people are good with using computers, and some even avoid digital tools. And the very, very stereotypical detectorist is a middle-aged man who just uses his wife's email address. So this is one of the report examples. He did his best. And you can definitely see that. You can spot some real archaeological finds as a rabbit dirham. There's some, middle-aged jewelry, and so on. Yes. So by our experience, really, people, they want to do the right thing. They want to give us information, but they want it to be easy and convenient. So what they want is an app that they go to a field, they do their search, they send us information, we will get feedback, and that's it. Lesson learned very early, you need user-friendly database to sort out and store a lot of information. Well, we have a database, and it's part of our this monument registry. The problem is that it's not very user-friendly. It's actually an old and enormous monster, and it's very time and money consuming to develop it. And but still, we have right now we have a system that this database is connected to our Estonian land sport geoportal. We can use the maps if a detectorist or finder logs in. He can, send his notifications there and also submit his reports. You can open the map, mark the searching area, finding spot, the time of the search, pictures and descriptions. And also registry provides what you see on the right. It provides the map where you can track all your searches and see all your searches on the map. What we, for a long time, what we dreamed about was also a big database for files that are handed over to a state. And we didn't have enough money or resources to develop it for ourselves. But this is, it's good to work with academia. And one woman came to our rescue, and archaeologist Tuuli Kuriso from Tallinn University actually got funding from EU and did a project Medtect. And this is a database and finds database, and the main source for this database is these assessment reports of detectorist finds. And there are right now over 40,000 artifacts described there. But that's what I like about this, that also there is contextual information for the finds. And we have taken this over and will continue work with this database ourselves. And for public use, she developed basically an atlas of metal detector finds. It's publicly, usable. You can go there and do the search if somebody has found something from your village. But of course, we don't do public, you can't really make public the real searching sites because basically, yeah. And what else we learned? That you need to protect the sites. There are 7,000 archaeological monuments right now. And there are around 1,000 archaeological sites known to National Heritage Board, but not yet under protection. And there are hundreds and hundreds of sites found by detectorists and never inspected by archaeologists because there's so many information. We haven't had just resources to check the places and landscape. And also the problem if these places are not under any protection, we can't say to detectorists that you can't go there. And that means that very often during the 10 years, we understand that people are now rediscovering the same spots over and over again. But every time, of course, they are taking up more finds, and we don't need that. So this is also one of the problems that we have to deal with.
Yeah, can I ask you?
Yeah.
About this 7,000 monuments? You have all the 7,000 monuments, for example, signed by some sailor?
No, not landscape. Yeah, we have like, yeah, they're like actual signs you make on a landscape. I don't know what the percentage is, but no, not all. No. So what you need, if every detectorist knows that first you go out, you check your map, you took your mobile phone of you and make sure there's like this, blue area. That's the place you can't be. And of course, we have no illusions. We know that looting of sites and illegal metal detecting, continues. We can say that this regulation has greatly improved the relationship between archaeologists and detectorists. But of course, no license, makes the person honest. So, we've noticed that the new trend is that you have a license, but for example, you don't do the notification and reporting part. And but this is one of kind of lucky cases that actually ended up in a court. And this is a hill fort in Saaremaa. We discovered more than 200 tools, and the police started investigation. And the only reason they actually kind of there was a result is just one person saw a metal detectorist there and knew the person. So gave a name, and that's the only case during the last, I think, 5 years. We have actually managed to, make sure who was the person behind the looting. And the problem is that he actually gave us, these were the only finds he said that he found. And, but there were like hundreds of holes. And later we just heard rumors that a lot of coins and some quite expensive jewelry was found, and we know nothing about it. So also, that's the case. Yeah. So the lesson learned still, I think we are on the right track with communicating with hobbyist detectorists. We try to educate them. We try to contribute if they ask us to their, rallies or have some interesting project ideas. We have this, as you can see, we have this detectorist journal in Estonia, and we also, write articles there. Still, the best part of our system, as I said, I think it's this training courses. And what I noticed is that this is, this real enthusiasts, and this is the unused potential for archaeology, because they actually, they are specialists on using this tool that we also need in archaeology. They have experts, they are experts on modern finds. Very often they know so much more about, buttons than any of the archaeologists. And they have these technical skills, and they know the local area. And we should use this knowledge more. And so listen, learn, continue communicating, and we just contribute and asked. And what I would say in the end, that we definitely, what we need is right now, we need a more efficient monitoring system because we don't have any time or resources to go to eBay or any of our online auction places to actually search what is, sold. Also, we need better cooperation with police. We don't have any overguiding police. As you mentioned, I understood for a while that you had in Lithuania. Good for you. Yeah. So this is also that's kind of we're a bit alone in this situation, and we definitely need better cooperation with our neighboring countries, especially as we know that most of the things move out from Estonia. Of course, sometimes go straight to German auctions or Scandinavia, but very often they just also move, to Latvia or Finland. And yes. And this was actually a very good example of this. This was found a month ago, Hanseatic bowls. And it was a research run by archaeologists, and there were some detectorist club who was assisting, and they did actually the documentation because this is a club that's able to do the 3D models and drone work, and so. Well, that was ideal example how this cooperation should work. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Our question, thank you for your presentation. I always think that your system resembles somehow drone reglementation. But my question is how you deal with the problem with information about the landowners. Because here, for example, in Lithuania, you pay the national registers to know who is landowner of a specific place. So they are paying somebody.
Yeah, this is their responsibility. If you want to, this is their hobby. First, they have to pay for, the training course. They have to pay for the state fee to get a license. And, basically, there's a land registry and you can ask for owners' data. But, that's I think €1 is if you want to know. And people do that, because their obligation, their interest. And,
and you are paying the rewards in every case?
No, we every single time we make a decision. We look at the findings, the circumstances, and if it's very common one pendant from 13th century. Very often it's we say thank you, and the reward is a book. Because we still believe it's not about the money, but of course there are different opinions. Yeah.
How do you evaluate the clients?
Oh, this is the tricky part. Yeah, this is the tricky part because it's not just based on your market value. We know about it, but in the end, how do you how much does the one burial place cost? So you can't really, put the prices in many cases, though. But right now we have experience with for 10 years, and we have some guidelines and kind of tradition. But it's really hard every time, and especially because there are these huge rewards for Viking Age horse, for example. But again, you can always argue that in the end, maybe from a science point of view, this sometimes the Stone Age axis, tells more.
I'm just thinking, I don't think that it would be able in Lithuania because of income tax to have something like that.
Yeah, of course.
And how this is related,
Do they pay income tax for?
Yeah. Actually, the state kind of, 65,000 is a reward, but of course you have to pay the taxes.
Okay.
So you can't buy a new Tesla, maybe.
Okay.
There is an official market in these funds, legal market.
Basically, if, for example, if a state decides, in the case you find something and we have been documented it and we decide that we will withdraw the ownership and finder, is the owner, he can sell it and that's okay. Again, now if he wants to maybe sell it to the Latvia, he has to follow the customs laws and the Export Act and so on. But yeah, this is what we just understood, that listening to you, that we have still a long way to go. If we talk about controlling really the market and we really need a better cooperation with police. And more resources, more humanitarian.
I think it's welcome, I think.
Yeah.
So that's an example. For example, I am a landowner. Then the guy searching my land with metal detector, he found something very valuable. He is getting rewarded. Do I get
No, unless you have had some sort of agreement beforehand. And sometimes, detectorists and landowners, they kind of do this written kind of contract that, 50%, like 50%. But the landowner has not really a right for a reward. Yeah.
But if it doesn't have the permission to go to the landowner's land, then clearly.
So this is how he has, the detectorist has, violated the law.
Yeah.
We will not give him a reward, but also not to the landowner because, by the law, archaeological items belong to the state and reward goes to a finder. Yeah.
Okay. I think that sorry, we can make dinner break and be back as we are now, half an hour under the schedule. So we'll just push it on the funds and try to compensate at the end. So maybe we can start by this time.
Cik uz mūsu prezentāciju viņš saka, cik uz viņu jāatlapīšu ar vēlāk. Nevis uz 4, bet 4 pēc tam, jā? Un tagad mēs sākam 3, jā? Paldies.
Mēs turpināsim.
Greetings, dear colleagues. My name is Toms Eglītis, and I'm a lawyer in the National Heritage Board of Latvia. And today I would like to try to explain you regulatory acts regulating the circulation of cultural objects in Latvia. So unfortunately, my colleague Eric Greenberg is not present today, so that's why I will try to provide myself. Yeah, so as conventions, and the first one is Unidroit Convention of 24 June 1995 on stolen and illegally exported cultural objects. And then there follows UNESCO Convention of November 14 and 1917 on the ground, above the ground or in the water, dated until 17th century included, shall belong to the state, Latvian Republic, and they shall be stored in the public museums. So this provision shall not apply to antiquities on which the person has reported to the National Heritage Board until March 30, 2013. So this is mandatory that every person has to do. And as well to antiquities, the legal origin of which has been proved by the person after March 30, 2013, and has received a written certification from the National Heritage Board thereon. So this is what is mandatory for everybody to do. So there were changes in the law in 2013, and after that, all the antiquities belongs to the state. And if there is no registration with our National Heritage Board or other conditions prescribed in this clause. So next one, what I can say about newly discovered objects having historical, scientific, artistic, or other cultural value, irrespective of the ownership thereof, shall be under state protection, under Latvian Republic protection, until the decision to include such object in the list of state protected cultural monuments has been taken, but not more than 6 months. That's important. From the day the owner of the object was informed thereof. So this is the new wording of the changes. And the finder shall, without delay, but not later than within 5 days, notify the National Heritage Board in writing of the objects found in the ground, above the ground, in the water, in the buildings or parts and remains thereof, and which might have historical, scientific, artistic, or other cultural value, as well as of the location and conditions thereof. So each person basically has to follow up and use their knowledge to understand about each object if it is under this clause or not. So then there is liability, and there's criminal liability prescribed in the criminal law. So first of all, for a person who commits illegal obtaining, storage, movement, forwarding, alienation of antiquities protected by the Republic of Latvia, which are not in the museum holding, or antiquities protected by another state, or commits illegal bringing out of the Republic of Latvia or bringing in the Republic of Latvia thereof. So the penalty is, the applicable punishment is the deprivation of liberty for a period up to 1 year, or temporary deprivation of liberty. Or there is also community service or a fine. And like a second part of the clause says that for a person who commits destruction or damage to antiquities protected by the Republic of Latvia, which are not in the museum holding, or antiquities protected by another state, the applicable punishment is the deprivation of liberty for a period up to 2 years, or temporary deprivation of liberty, or community service, or a fine. And this is prescribed in the criminal law. So then follows concealed property. And about concealed property in the Republic of Latvia, we can say that concealed property means all valuable property buried in the ground, immured, or in any other way concealed, whose owner, due to the length of time elapsed, can no longer be known. So this is definition about the concealed property. And ownership of concealed property discovered on one's own land or on ownerless land occurs to the finder. This is prescribed in our civil law. And clause 953 says that it is prohibited to search for concealed property on the land of another person. Those who act contrary to this provision shall not acquire any or anything from the concealed property they have found, and all such property shall accrue to the person who owns the land. So those who accidentally find concealed property on another person's land shall acquire half thereof, but the other half accrues to the landowner. And again, this is from our civil law. So afterwards, about the regulations about cultural values. So in this the regulations of Cabinet of Ministers, there is prescribed that regarding exportation and importation, permission must be required in several occasions. So first of all, for the objects that are older than 50 years up to 100 years and are related to the history of Latvian culture. They have been created by persons and production units mentioned in arts and cultural records of Latvia, and they do not belong to their authors or manufacturers. So this is the first condition. And then, of course, there are objects older than 100 years, regardless of their place of origin. And regarding the vehicles, the limit is 75 years or older. So this is regarding the age. So about anti-money laundering and cultural good circulation in Latvia. So as I mentioned, there is a law on the prevention of money laundering and terrorism and proliferation financing. And this law regarding cultural goods says that states that subjects of this law are also persons operating in handling of art and antique articles by importing them into or exporting them from the Republic of Latvia, storing or trading in them, including such persons who carry out the actions provided for this clause in antique shops, auction houses, or ports, if the total amount of the transaction or several seemingly linked transactions is more than 10,000 or more euros. This is the limit again for these deals. So, secondly, there are such a persons as subjects of the law are obliged to do several things. So, who exceed this limit, they must do some things. And the first one is report of suspicious transactions and submit the threshold declaration. This is first thing. Secondly, conduct research and evaluation of its customers and cooperation partners. Then comes another thing, perform constant monitoring of transactions. For example, by setting up and filling in a transaction log. And the fourth thing is establish an internal control system. So the last one depends on each institution or person by themselves. And sometimes there are differences, but there are also some common guidelines that should be followed. So, and case analysis. So in Latvia, we have had some cases regarding these topics that I mentioned. And for example, as you see, on April 17, 2030, at the motorcycle auction of the Museum of the Imperial War Museum in United Kingdom, a 1932 solo motorcycle Bro Superior BS4 with the registration number 7791 was purchased with a lot B36 for 246,400 Great Britain pounds. So as you see, this is quite a significant amount. And in this case, on October 26, 2019, our National Heritage Board received an application for an export permit for a motorcycle with a Bro Superior BS4 sidecar. So it was similar of the motorcycle that was in the auction. And during the inspection of the materials, it was found that the historical vehicle was sold to a private person in Latvia through a shell company. At the request to National Heritage Board, copies of financial documents of the transaction were not presented, concealing the company's location and accounting data. So in addition, the materials of the examination file show that several historical vehicles have been used for suspicious financial transactions by the AML group of persons. And finally, on February 17, 2020, the National Heritage Board of Latvia refused to issue an export permit, and the decision was not appealed. That says that there could be some problems and the owners didn't want to get in more problems. And and then there is another case. It's a criminal case, also known as a Homburg's case, which is the first trial of Latvia, initiated in 2020, in which a collector has been criminally charged for illegal keeping, selling, buying, or moving antiquities older than 1,700 years. And this trial is still going on, but it is quite popular. And then there are many articles in the internet as well, and media reflects this case as well. So we'll see how it ends, but at least there are some guidelines into the trial documentation. And so thank you for your attention, and please feel free if you have some questions.
Only one remark: it's not older than 1,700, but not it's younger as not younger as year 1,007.
So yeah, especially that.
Because it's the same as you have this, for example, 1,800. We have this little bit 100 years older things protected as they told.
17th century included. This is the threshold.
Yeah, the problem is that with the new changes in that law, there actually is a bit different now as we presented, because there is a written down that archaeological sites that are state protected or newly discovered. So it's narrowed down, and it's a bit problematic at the moment with this. So you can imagine that what that means. Yeah. So,
that Money Laundering Act you pointed out, law, you said that it stipulated that the transactions over 10,000 euros has to be kind of proved. Is it specially for antiquities, or is it like a common rule in the money laundering law?
Actually, it is a common. Yeah, there are also different things that is at the same level.
And I also have a question regarding AML. Can we go back a little bit about reports of suspicious transactions? So they inform National Heritage Board or some others?
And there is
another
entity that is responsible for that.
Yeah, that's financial investigation.
Yeah,
Full responsibility as well. Actually, is reporting if we see any some kind of suspicious trades that's able to exceed this limit of 2,000. As well the banks as well. So everybody's monitoring everything, but still there is a lot of things constantly getting through. So I have a bit more tell in my presentation, which will be next.
Special some kind of program, I will say, low time IML. It's necessary.
Yeah. So maybe if you don't have any questions, I will try to speak. Sorry, yeah, there's many days as it is. Sounds like a 80s, 90s rock singer. Or I was yesterday in very hard rock concert, but no. As you know that, and as we previously heard that in all countries, not all laws and rules are applied as they should, or not working as they should. So, of course, we have some problems as well. Okay. So, but my presentation will be built a bit different way. I will try to tell a story about what. Okay. So just a second. Oh, yeah. I will a bit more try to tell a story about our department, and through that what the problems and issues and the current situation actually we have. So as you all know, it was announced already that Europe art and antique market is the second largest after USA, and of course it's a selling destination for legalizing money of unknown origin that I don't need to tell you. And as we all three Baltic states, including Latvia, are in specific situation because we can be both the region of acquisition, as we already saw from Lithuanian and Estonian examples, as well as place for the transit, as we already saw previously. And Latvia is no exclusion of this. A bit about the history and the AML and these laws and why our department is like it is now. If you maybe have heard, but in 2020, Latvia was almost included in the Financial Action Task Force Grey List. So, and to avoid that, we needed to more strict laws, prevention of money laundering. And in this law, there is now the art and antique market were valued as high-risk transactions. And therefore, the National Heritage Board of Latvia, I don't know whole the history why it happened, but we got the job to oversee this art and antique market. Therefore, in 2020, the National Heritage Board established the Department of Circulation of Cultural Goods, so basically us. And we are that actual force that is carrying out the duty to oversee and regulate the art and antique market. And that's our everyday job as well. Not only one of the main. And one of the things that we are doing, and tomorrow we all will do it, is to perform physical inspections in places where cultural objects are traded, such as antique shops, mission shops, saloons, auction places, and flea markets. And if I will talk a bit later about the flea markets, but as you can imagine, with legal bodies like antique shops, it's much easier. But with these open type private person gatherings where there's somebody selling something to somebody, that's a bit tricky. And as we are in Latvia in the middle of Baltics, that means that I know that from Lithuania and Latvia as well, it's going to Estonia and to Lithuania from these countries as well. But I dare you, in the first picture, find actually Lithuanian protected antiquities. And this, as you see, the guy, this is from 2020, I think, or 2020, I think could be, or 2021 flea market. And you can see that there are 17th century, 60, 70, 80th century brooches. There are jewelry from late Iron Age and so on. And of course, a lot of art and antique things that there is the question: do they need export permits or not? And because those are private persons who are bringing them with the vans, with the buses. And we had National Heritage Board 10 years ago get experience with. We got back from Lithuania actually bus loaded with this stuff from which was going away from one of these markets. Flea markets, and just only recently, because this 10-year passed, we reached the level where we can start to give these things to the museums and some others, because owner who didn't want it back. What else we are doing as everyday actions is we are monitoring various local and international websites. Previously mentioned, there is Etsy, eBay, we have Antiquar, different auction houses. We got a list of those which we need to check. As well as we are monitoring web pages and social network groups, at least those where we can get in and see what's going on. And usually, of course, that's Facebook, as previously the same with Lithuania. We are monitoring as well something on Instagram, something on TikTok, something on WhatsApp, Telegram groups and stuff, where we are not police, we are not investigators. Basically, what we can reach, we can see. Of course. Then lately, there is a very interesting situation occurred that some of Latvian treasure hunters who are quite active here are posting stuff on Lithuanian pages, social groups. I don't know, some of them are half Lithuanians, but mainly I think just because they know, and part of it, when we don't cover it, that we are actually following these. But and here is one of the first problems that we have. We can see that there are things that has been found, and as you heard, by the law, you have the finders have 5 days to report. And actually, the law of prevention, the heritage law declares as well that they need to stop what they are doing, call National Heritage Board, and then we either permit to continue or go to investigate, or in a way. But of course, that's the aftermath. That of course we can contact them via Facebook. Usually they don't answer. And the second thing that we can do afterwards, for example, is go to the police. But with the police, there is a thing that in most cases you can see there is only a few fines, so there is criminal proceeding. They will start a criminal proceeding for that. That's administrative proceeding, and that's already our field again. but we can't get to them. So this is the kind of the problem. And as I mentioned earlier, we are lately starting to follow as well a lot of Lithuanian groups, and there is a lot of things showing on there as well that I know that should be protected and given to museums. I don't know if they actually managed to get to the museums, but you can clearly see that they are found with the metal detectors. One more thing that we are responsible for is the list of state-protected movable cultural monuments that are lost. You can, there is a link, it's in our National Heritage Board's homepage under our department part, and there is 69, I think, objects there, but the amount of, not objects, entities, but objects are more. But the problem is that most of them, majority of them has been lost or stolen already quite a long time ago. So the documentation is what it is, small, white and black pictures, some descriptions. For some of we already know that most probably they have been taken apart as for example, some parts of interior of churches. And at the moment it's available only in Latvian. But it is what it is, and that's why actually we are monitoring as well to see maybe we will have some luck and we will find something. But if we talk about
Lack, I would say. Two cases.
I think in the last 10 years, actually, there hasn't been stolen any of state-protected monuments or lost. At least they all are there. So, but those that we have in the list are there. 10 or more years ago, already lost or stolen. The next duty that we have is we report that recorded illegal activities to the state police or other authorities. As well as I mentioned, we can conduct the administrative offense proceedings as well. National Heritage Board has this availability. Several times we have used it for antique shops as well, when clearly they were selling the 17th century coins, and sometimes that happens, but more or less they know the rules and they are trying to follow them. As I told you, we are reporting suspicious transactions that at least we get to know to the Financial Investigation Unit. And we are assisting to the state police and the Financial Investigation Unit in their investigations and other state bodies as customs, border guards, state revenue services, and so on. So basically what happens, we got an expert. So they send, for expertise, they send the seized finds to us. We have a case where, for example, it was, I think, last year, could be from the customs, we got, or it was already 2 years ago, the first envelope, there were 12 Roman coins that were smuggled from the Russia. Actually, the guy who brought in, he said that those are from Ukraine. So the question is how he gets without papers from Ukraine to Russia and then further try to get them into the Baltics. And with some of the cases, sometimes we get to quite interesting investigations, and Nella already know. I can kind of ask for the Estonian help. The case is quite interesting in a way that this is clearly falsification of documents, but there is a company in Estonia who in 2016 get signed contract with a company or whatever person in the USA that they will purchase antiquities for them. And they most probably didn't. But as I previously mentioned, in 2020, we reached this problem with financial sector. Several banks went bankrupt. And this is aftermath. The police are sending in the information that they have seen very weird transactions, asked for documentation, and that was what was provided. Some, of course, there was some more, but they claim that they have sold this Estonian company bought in Czech Republic, I think in Poland, and then they got a art dealer, at least on the paper, a quite respectable one from UK, who helped them to sold them these items, theoretically sold these items to the customer USA. What turns out, we started to investigate and found out that those items that were in the papers actually are in a Met Museum collection. And for quite a long time already. Some of them, like these Roman brooches, are from 1925 in Met collection. These Asian helmet from 1997. That helmet, that's the only piece in the world, I think, like that. So they tried to show the documentation that they were selling it like for 20,000 euros or something like that, most probably valuable. A couple of millions, if you even know more. I mean, some as you can see, the pictures provided were quite bad, but in some cases there are descriptions, and descriptions completely were the same as in that museum. These items. With one, it was a bit more interesting and more time consuming. There is the sword, which as well appeared in those documentations. And it was sold in that year in Netherlands. We contacted the auction houses that sold it, and the owner of the auction house said that nobody from those companies actually acquired it. That was a private person from the USA, who bought it. But he put the year of the year when he sold it online, and so it seems that they were just using this. As close to for their needs. What else we are actually doing? Well, I didn't mention that there was some money left from those Estonian companies, Latvian banks, and they are seized now. But there was some money and some stuff or something like that as well. So, of course, as I mentioned, we perform an examination of the objects seized in different framework of different proceedings. Recognition and evaluation, that's cultural historical evaluation. That's not monetary evaluation of art and antique objects is performed by our experts. But for archaeology, we have a special commission here. We are for archaeologists and lawyers there who is looking through those objects and evaluating, basically, as you previously mentioned, we are saying it is what it is, approximately how old it is, and evaluation. As you can see, because I'm an archaeologist, sorry, I put it more about archaeology maybe, but about this commission, it's working already since 2015. At the moment, I think we had 54 meetings, and you can see the statistics about the meetings and proceedings for last 7 years, 8 years. As in some cases, you can see that proceedings are less than meetings because the amount of the items as well. Last year and this year, we got very good. How to say? Very good thing going on, that more people are giving in the things than police is seizing. So that's why at the moment, for example, this year I think we don't have any seized objects. Yes. All are just given in by the people, founders or some other people who just don't want, because don't want to deal with them, because in criminal law there is written in criminal law, there's written down that if you give in voluntarily, the criminal liability, they take off it. So,
but they should start the criminal proceedings.
Yes, and then second thing is, my mind is connected with the ongoing process, so-called combat process, and police and court are waiting for some results.
So if we talk about amount of items and artifacts that we actually evaluate archaeological, then you can see that there is a very slight big decrease in 2022. I don't know why it was so, but last year actually there was no looting in archaeological sites as well. So something good was happening, but in the beginning of this year it changed. And as well in this year, beginning in last year there was like 90, approximately 100 items were given to evaluate from the criminal these proceedings. Then there was around 400 which were given in by the people to evaluate them. This year we are close now already to 1,000. And there are 2 boxes. Some of you, Sander, so some boxes are still waiting. So as you can see, from 2018 to 2020, it's we have evaluated 8,000, almost 8,500 objects, and more than 7,200 of them are archaeological objects according to our law. Just some information what kind of objects they are. So there is the statistic from 1821. Of course, majority of them are coins. As you previously mentioned, the numismatic, it's very hard thing to deal with. And at least in 90 and 20, that was a lot of coins. And of course, the second one is jewelry. And if you look at the jewelry, that's small jewelry, that's pendants, those brooches, and everything that you basically can post by parcel, send to somebody. There is almost none iron weaponry or something like that, large scale objects. As well, the dates of those objects, usually they are late in our system, late Iron Age till, for the coins, majority, of course, is 16th century. That's what I said. Majority is early modern period coins. If you talk about from where these finds come, then in 2022, all were assigned to be local origin, but majority of them, 99%, or in some cases from 18 to 20, it was 97%. They are local origin, and then there are some Ukrainian, Black Sea region, Russia. And very rarely we have some Middle East or Near East or Western things, but still they are. If we talk about the financial evaluation of the objects, that is done by National History Museum, because we don't have a Heritage Board, we don't have any base how to evaluate them. And the National History Museum, they get the largest collection of archaeological finds, so they are insured. Their insurance of them has been made, so they know how to make some evaluation. That's not market price. As you can see, the evaluation of 80 coins, according to National History Museum, is 79, or there's 79 coins, 79 euros. At the same time, the quite same coins in eBay, people are trying to push through with 10 times more. So that's with this question about the market price, it's very slippery, because everybody, that's the thing with antiquities and art and antique things, because these prices are taken from there, literally. It's basically the higher price somebody is giving you, so that's the price of that item. So from our cases, all the cases that we have from 2015 till now, we can average that person, which is kind of involved in this illegal trade in Latvia. That's previously mentioned, males, only males, between 35 and 60, and of course metal detecting as hobby, but that's not a surprise. So that's about that. What else we are doing? regarding to these archaeological antiquities and artifacts, we are actually issuing the certificate proving the legal origin. As you heard, we have this written down that there is such kind of possibility if that's a total straight find without having found in a site that is protected. A person can apply for, or some other cases, in this case I will explain, but they can apply to get the certificate that it's actually legal find. And then they can sell it. In 2022, we issued 124 such kind of certificates, but all of them were to one person who very long time ago already bought some Roman coins from USA. And so we didn't have any legal reputation to say no. So we needed to issue that these are legally obtained coins because he could prove the origin, at least for the time that is and the laws just could be applied. The biggest part, or it depends on what kind of from which side you look. Is these. We are issuing the permits of export of art and antique. So that's Liana's and Sanita's job. That's how it looks like. Maybe in some other color pages, just like yellowish more. The first exemplar the person gets. And then there is this amount. You can see very big decrease due to the code. If in 2019 there was 284 objects, export permits, then in 2020 went down rapidly, 36, and now it's climbing up. And as I understood that already now we have reached almost the end of previous year, the amount. So probably there will be more this year. As I understood it previously, the average was more than 100, from 100 to 200, something like that. So as you can imagine, if you talk about the flea markets and all that stuff, there should be more. As we can see from Lithuanian example, there should be much more.
But we also see that much more.
The problems with export and import of art and antiquity that we have. Part of, as I mentioned, part of the cultural goods applied for export. And the thing that people are bringing things unattributed to us. So that means that our experts need to attribute them. So basically, there is not very often, but time to time we have the cases where persons bringing painting or some other antiquity and saying that I will bring it to some other country, but I don't know what it is or how old it is, or do I need permission? Or we are issuing not only permissions, but as well these notifications. The people can apply, for example, if they are bringing something to Israel or Russia or something where there is much more customs are looking more closely on hands, then everything needs to be attributed there. So and the second thing with those permits is that documentation proving origin and ownership. Because that's our Soviet legacy. A lot of things don't have any documentation. Of course, it's good that if there is documentation proving ownership, that this has been bought in auction house or antique shop, but that's not proving its origin. So that's a bit problem. In some cases, we don't receive the information from the custom as well. From custom declarations about what's coming in or going out. That's thing that we have some a bit in an issue with document circulation there. And as previously mentioned, export of art and antiquities without permits. And we saw actually what these type of ways in Estonian presentation. Here are some more. The story goes that those owner of those lives here in Latvia, they were obtained most probably in the They were brought from Ukraine to Latvia in maybe 90s, something like that, without any paperwork as well. Then put it on auction in Estonian auction house, then transformed to France auction house, then sold. And as you can see, the numbers, they are very valuable. And then owner by car took them to Estonia without, they need such kind of permissions, export permissions to bring them to Proud from Latvia. Some more responsibilities and duties. We represent the state as the victim in criminal proceedings as well. Purpose and develop changes in laws regulating the circulation of cultural goods. That I will cover in the next slide. That's mainly Tom's job there. And we are informing and educating the public as well. Last year we got campaign about what is cultural object and how to treat, and that you need export permissions. And so there is, and it's not working. And there is some videos, and we made posters in port and airports, and got very nice online thing as well. So. Maybe our work is a bit paying off. Let's see.
Prepare different small information materials, just also bookings.
Yeah. So if we talk about the future, there will be determined the minimum value of several certain type of art and antique goods that don't need export permit, because that's the problem with those 150 years. As you know, that our old currency already should get these export permits, lots from the beginning of the 20th century, for example. And as you can imagine, that the amount of these art and antique objects just is rising rapidly, as which should goes under that. So we hope that we could somehow solve this problem, that some of those which are more common items, we will determine the minimum value, which will be connected to the minimum wage, which you don't need the permission. Of course, we can face the same problem that we have with now with the sanctions. You know, there's a lot of people who just push 299, but let's see how it will work. As you heard already, we are going to direction of licensing or registration of the subjects. So that's basically antique shops on dealers. So we have already registered small list of them, but we are now considering which way is the better. More efficient report system for the fines. That's one more thing that we need to think about. That Estonians get a very good example, but maybe not so rapid and with not so many information. You really need to think through how to get it in work, because at the moment, as I mentioned, we can see that there are things, but we don't get any information about them. And of course, the last thing that we are already today here, this is closer cooperation, not only between our three Baltic states, but between all Baltic Sea region countries. We actually were talking and considering that maybe, there is this Baltic Sea heritage, that maybe we need to make our commission there. Just for this reason,
we already started public.
We already as well. Just in a way that we know what is right legal way how to do that. So because that would force us at least once per year come together, at least to talk about all this stuff. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Just wondering, if it's a criminal act and the police starts investigation, for example, if you find something on the eBay, or what is the value? Do you have some the really value that the item has to cost? I think it's €200 before the police starts the investigation.
Sure.
I think in Estonia, by criminal act, almost.
I think it goes all the same.
I can't see really much.
Theoretically, there shouldn't be. At least.
Yes, practically, we have some maybe a little bit better context with police. We sometimes informally inform and send information to the police. How you see it? It's necessary to organize some process or no? It's possible maybe to found this real owner or some things or not, and then when police say yes, we are ready to start, then are going. Sometimes, of course, about some processes connected not only with I will say artifacts or not only artifacts, but mostly also in different ways. It was connected with different processes, which is connected
Explosives, weapons, and stuff.
and then some perhaps we also
explosives, weapons, and these little factorists, they collect a lot of things. What I wanted to say, something important that I forgot, so maybe that's not so important anymore.
But you have foreign contacts with customers? At the same kind of customers?
We actually, with the customs, we don't have so good contacts. But
So
we
what was the question?
remove it.
I know we have contacts with customs, of course, but I don't know why they are so hard and so long time taking, because if you want to connect with them, you have to call. You cannot write, but never get back answer. We need this answer from them. If they need answer from us, we are doing it immediately. But from them, I don't know why it's a problem. Maybe they are so huge range of works to do, and they cannot look back at these small cultural goods. I really don't understand.
I know the answer actually.
Yeah.
And this is the sanctions, because it's similar in all of our countries, because I know I'm in a meeting regularly with your colleagues, and it's basically it's a priority in all countries, in all of our countries, and it's taking, I would say 60-70% of our time. And in our country, we haven't got any people additionally, so we're working the same amount of people, and our people's health is now collapsing. And I know actually our one of the very important colleagues have collapsed in that Latvian customs. But basically they're all overworked, and this is the war and the sanctions. Because it's a really tough job we have to do. The same in your country, I know very well. So.
Maybe that might be the answer. We have so lot of things to do, and actually, by the way, on 20th of June, they're coming to Brussels. If you know where it's
I'll be there.
I asked who will go there. We don't have time. We will see about that still now. Everyone's
Unfortunately, this is the case that all of our countries, we need a lot more staff to deal with it. Yeah, because it's the cases are getting more complicated every by day. So in all of our countries, and it's not that it's so easy, and the methods how they falsify the documents and the countries of transit, and I don't know, suddenly Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, the major forestry countries, and then Mongolia is producing fertilizers and etc. So it's crazy. So this is, I think, one of the reasons.
Okay, I think you have much more better connections. course, I know names of our customers responsible for documentation, but anyway, you see, that's the way we are communicate.
So yeah, if that's it, then we sorry, I really can't talk anymore. Maybe we can start the last presentation of the day. And this will be the story about evaluation of victim story. Irene, couldn't you No. No, it tells us. Could be in some line. Oh, it's about like that. No.
Yeah,
Final.
Final read.
That's
Recording stopped.
Well, we just started recording. Добре, скринити. Давай голосок, мамаці. Знаєте, це було подзвонила. О, є. Марце, ми раді тобі самому презентацію. Не стати, не стати. Так, Марк, вот спеш там Узловил завтра? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Well, we'll try to present something together with my body. Well, Science United us. Okay, so actually, we should not forget that cultural objects are being protected not just for themselves, but they are protected for the benefit of a wide range of stakeholders, from local residents, businesses, authorities, to greater society, to future generations, and so on and so forth. And these stakeholders, they inevitably suffer if the integrity of the object in their interest is damaged. So this assumption, actually, if not to say the fact, led us to share with you the results of our research. Okay, not that fast. Okay. So let's start with those socioeconomic interests that are associated with the use of archaeological heritage. So today we are talking mostly about the archaeological heritage. Without diminishing the role of other factors, I would like to underline that the most stakeholders, they have corresponding economic interests related to their jobs, businesses, tourism development, all of the stuff having to do with economic activities. And economic interests may be also of a negative nature. For example, treasure hunting, illegal trade, plundering of cultural monuments, construction material, etc. And this way, heritage looters, illegal dealers, mediators, and other engaged figurants we discussed today, they all have this economic interest of negative nature. Since damaging and destroying cultural heritage objects affect many different interests and cause both direct and indirect, immediate and also long-run losses, it might be concluded that there are many stakeholders suffering from heritage crimes. Corresponding indicators are generally used
to demonstrate the sustainability and public utility of industry sectors and also development projects, including heritage-related ones. In Latvia, the socioeconomic benefits and monitoring indicators define the state-defined requirements for the approval of project proposals are currently quite simple and refer to the increase in tourism flow and some benefits from it. Other measurable benefits relate to tax revenue from jobs created, the number of cultural heritage sites supported, and the number of newly created services at the cultural heritage site supported. You can see currently used measurements marked in blue there. So just 3 out of 10. Thus, it can be concluded that also the current measurements are relatively easy to determine. They do not affect several areas in which the socioeconomic impact of the development of heritage sites is manifested, starting from the development of cultural activities and the growth of local production, to social inclusion, growth of well-being, etc. Thus, they do not fully reflect the socioeconomic benefits to the local community and other stakeholders in the areas directly or indirectly affected by the projects. Taking this into account, a set of socioeconomic indicators for determining the sustainability of immovable cultural heritage development projects has been created within the framework of our research. The indicators were determined by analyzing scientific literature, approved project applications, legal framework, methodological materials, and recommendations. The practical usefulness of the set of indicators is related to the possibilities of their immediate use in public policy, including promotion of public awareness of the usefulness of immovable cultural heritage development projects and increasing the competitiveness of the project. The indicators describe socioeconomic changes that have occurred or are planned to occur as a result of the development of cultural heritage projects. The slide shows only the categories and subcategories of the indicators. In total, there are 96 individual indicators that we extracted. Okay. Last year's survey of all Latvian municipalities, local action groups, as well as several state institutions and associations, has been conducted in order to assess current and potential use of socioeconomic indicators to demonstrate the utility of heritage-related projects to local inhabitants and funds monitoring agencies. 46.5% of all municipalities responded. Each indicator has been valued in terms of suitability and opportunities to get measurement data. The indexes you can see in the slide relate to combined average sum of points for both suitability and measurement possibilities of the indicators. And maximum sum of points equals 3. So respondents, they evaluated from 0 to 3 suitability of the indicator and the possibility to obtain measurement data. So 3 plus 3 divided in 2 equals 3. That's why 3 is the maximum point. And here, of course, you can see we have made a hierarchy of the indicators of the points received. Let me continue. We will not go through each actually evaluation. I will give just some general observation of this. So in general, the lowest ranks got indicators related to financial and economic impact, education and science development, and especially real estate and infrastructure development, which most probably indicates complexities with estimation, often in connection to long-run development. So the idea is, for example, you have a castle, or you have a manor, or you have an archaeological site, and it's located quite far from main roads. So actually, you would need a road or something to get there, to see it, to study it, and so on. And you see the real estate and infrastructure indicator. So actually, municipalities, sometimes they underestimate this issue. So they have something in their possession, but it's not possible to reach that object. The other idea, for example, when you develop some cultural object, usually it has to do with promoting of environmental stuff. It's like, for example, you have green grass, around it. You have what is how to say it? So you have everything smooth and harmonious. You have like facilities for like gardens or parks or something. Okay, so this is an environmental effect and well-being effect, and unfortunately, it's quite underestimated in the indicators. Additional questions showed that also 52% of municipalities inform locals about the socioeconomic utility of the planned or implemented project. 40% do so irregularly, and 8% usually do not inform locals about the planned project or implemented project or the socioeconomic benefits stemming from it. 64% of municipalities considered use of socioeconomic indicators useful to inform the locals. However, 32% were unable to give a definite answer. There are also certain differences between answers of state cities and local governments. In Latvia, we have like state cities, like big cities, like Riga, Daugavpils, for example, and we also have local governments. So there are differences in their answers regarding indicators. So state cities, they usually evaluate well-being, environmental issues, social inclusion, and restoration of cultural property. So they evaluated it higher than the local governments. In their turn, local governments, they gave more points to local production and demand for cultural activities. So it directly relates to their social issues to be resolved. So we know that in big cities, there are sometimes problems with like social inclusiveness, all that stuff. And so it explains the number of points they gave to indicators. Well, the question arises, out of so many interests and stakeholders, who are the suffered parties in case the object is damaged? Here in the slide, you can see some examples identified in the course of the research. What's important there are both individual and collective victims. Since tangible heritage is not only cultural and social, but also significant economic resource, the suffered interests relate to both business and public policy development and implementation, also welfare, employment, education, and science, and etc., as well as future generations that are deprived of the opportunity to enjoy and use cultural heritage. Cultural heritage, as we know, belongs to all mankind. Therefore, international community suffers due to damage done to the heritage as well. One may ask, why should we identify the suffered parties? What is the practical reasons for this? The answer is to show and prove that heritage crime is not a victimless one, as sometimes is being considered. From the other hand, if there are victims, then following the social, legal, and also economic justice considerations, there is a need for corresponding reparation to the victims of these crimes. Well, if there are so many affected parties, why don't they automatically become recognized victims and receive the corresponding compensations? First of all, the socioeconomic value of heritage site is often not obvious, both for the society and the law enforcement. Many people do not connect their socioeconomic benefits with the existence of heritage sites. Some of them say, for sure, it's better if the site is restored and looks nice, but the investment should better be made into the local hospital, for example. The problem here is that these individuals do not realize that the revenue produced by the heritage site constitutes a part of the investment in schools, hospitals, and kindergartens. And here we are not talking even about the social, cultural, and environmental benefits. From the other hand, in any country, law enforcement reflects the society. So if the society do not pay much attention to the heritage, the police will never be so active in identification of potential victims and clarifying their rights. Secondly, there are usually no objective criteria to assess the damage done and evaluate the impact to the particular interest of the stakeholders. And this is probably the main reason for non-informing the society about the impact of the heritage crime. Thirdly, the legal systems are usually not adapted to deal with assessment or losses due to heritage crimes, collective victims recognition, and corresponding compensations. And this factor, together with quite frequent impecunious status of the perpetrator, is the reason for the suffered parties to remain silent. So they will not get anything, even if they recognized as a victim. So to sum up, even if a person or group feels harmed by the illegal activity, there are certain barriers that discourage these parties from trying to get redress for the suffered harm. There are, for instance, lack of information, failure to understand long-term consequences of the crime, inability to submit collective claim within the criminal proceedings, little chances to receive any compensations, restrictions in who can be designated a victim, and insufficient activity of law enforcement agencies to identify the victims. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We try to double check our hypothesis that there is a wide range of suffered parties, and we performed a survey within the scientific community. We asked archaeologists of the Latvian Society of Archaeologists, do they feel harmed? Do they consider themselves suffered party or victim if any object of Latvian archaeological heritage is, for instance, damaged, devastated, destruction, and so on? And we'll present a couple of results that we have summarized. So 80% of our respondents, of archaeologists, really consider themselves suffered party. Only 20% do not. And interesting was the question which concerned the capacity or the manner in which archaeologists consider themselves suffered. So one and the same person can feel suffered in different, let's say, guises. And here, predominantly, respondents answered that they would consider themselves suffered as the cultural heritage lovers, as the members of the society, representatives of the scientific community, representatives of Latvian Society of Archaeologists or any other NGO that they represent in this field. And finally, they would feel suffered as professionals who are deprived or restricted in the possibility to research the particular object. The other question concerned situation that if archaeologists consider themselves suffered and would like to be recognized by the state, a victim in criminal proceedings, so what they think would be the most appropriate compensation or reparation in this case. So the prevailing majority consider that, of course, the guilty person should be charged, punished with imprisonment, forced labor, fine, or something. And the more than like 50% were also for the compensation fee from the guilty person for keeping up or conservation of the damaged site. Then there was a fee from the guilty person for diverting it in the state-supported heritage conservation programs. And finally, non-material compensation from the guilty person, like public apology and something like that. Highlighted in red, there were two recommendations also provided by the respondents that are not particularly the purely compensation methods or punishment methods, but we consider them worth mentioning because, firstly, one of the proposals was to mandatory confiscate the criminal tool or material evidence in legal terms, drones, metal detectors, and so on, which is not done on a regular basis. And if the guilty person is charged with forced labor, so the type of this forced labor would be the keeping up of the monument that he's damaged. After analyzing the Latvian situation, we looked broader at the international scale. And here we have only one example up till now, but which is very pioneering and victim embracing. So this is the Al-Mahdi case. Fabula is quite simple. So in 2012, he was the head of the structure of Al-Qaeda, and he ordered to attack 10 religious sites in Mali. In this case, the court recognized several groups of people as victims. The first ones were individuals whose livelihood was exclusively dependent on the protected buildings, and those whose ancestors were buried in the sites. These people received monetary compensation. All the residents of the city Timbuktu at the time of the attack received collective reparations. These were different kinds of support, like logistical support, capacity building workshops, fund for building maintenance, and so on. And two last concentric circles were all the residents of the country Mali and all the international community, including all of us. And each group received €1 and symbolic measures like apologies and so on. It's worth to mention that actually the perpetrator, this Mr. Al-Mahdi, he understood pretty well who he harmed, because in his speech, he acknowledged that all these four groups of people. And the court did not focus much on the retribution or on the punishment. Al-Mahdi got 9 years of imprisonment, but the main focus of the court was shifted to understanding the scope and nature of harm and how to better remedy it. These two elements, these two aspects are actually very characteristic to the so-called restorative justice, which views, opposed to criminal justice system, it views justice not as punishment, but as healing. And our proposition is that we should take into account these restorative justice elements, because this leads all the suffered parties to access justice and remedy their harm. Based on all these overwhelming research, we have developed the framework or the correlation scheme between those who suffer, how they suffer, and how their harm should be repaired. And these 4 quadrants actually unite suffered parties by certain interest, be it direct or indirect vertically, or economic and non-economic horizontally. For example, the first quadrant singles out individual parties with direct property or economic link. Those are, in our opinion, the victims, like owners, employees at the site, scientists researching the particular object. And in this perspective, they suffer purely economic harm, and therefore the most appropriate reparation would be monetary. However, one and the same person, as in the survey of archaeologists, can feel suffered in different ways. Therefore, the same owners can have monetary harm and moral one. So they can appear in the upper and in the lower quadrants. The second quadrant lists individual parties with dependent economic link. Those are businesses who live from the operation of the object and state as a tax receiver from these businesses. So if there is a restaurant or a hotel nearby the object, and if the object is destructed, that businesses lose money because they don't have the flow of tourists. Therefore, they should be awarded compensation for the losses until the object is restored and put into operation and the flow of tourists is back. The lower quadrants include emotional component, which is very hard to place a price tag on. These are moral distress, discomfort, anger, and so on. And the proposed reparations for these parties can be firstly fine directed to culture-related programs of the suffered communities. And for the broader community, future generations, scientists, lovers, and so on, these might be symbolic reparations. So this model would allow recognition and access to justice to all the suffered parties and remedy their harm. So to sum up, many individuals do not recognize themselves as victims of heritage crimes. And we know that there are a lot of socioeconomic benefits stemming out from the use of these sites, and so should the broader society. The same relates to understanding of the scope and nature of harm done to these suffered parties. It would help to motivate people to better protect and struggle for their rights. And for this purpose, very effective, in our opinion, might be these socioeconomic indicators that Andris told about, and which will be in details published in the next article in a couple of months. The other activity that would help would be the introduction of collective actions. So the joint effort of NGOs, scientific communities, and organizations focused on awareness of socioeconomic value of the heritage sites might help to overcome those imperfections in the legal system that are currently at stake. There should be harm evaluation criteria introduced and legislated. Can I say so? Legislated? Okay. And not only to evaluate the immediate loss, but also long-term consequences that arise from these heritage crimes. Fourthly, constraints currently existing in recognition of victims limit the rights of these victims to access justice, and therefore they are unable to apply for the victim status within the criminal proceedings, while their chances to go through civil proceedings, for example, to get compensation are very, very questionable and actually ask for additional research. And finally, our research showed that standard retributive approach is not that effective in heritage crimes, and therefore some, at least, elements of restorative justice system should be introduced and adopted. If you wish to dive deeper into the topic, there is our article.
It's publicly available.
Yeah, it was literally published yesterday. So yes, you are welcome to actually. Thanks. Actually, that's it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Very interesting perspective, actually. It's, to thought about
something to share politicians and local affairs.
But in the first part of the presentation, you said that the local production was kind of more important than the heritage monument itself. But can't they be like connected?
Well, the trick is, for example, you have a flow of tourists. Then you have local people producing souvenirs, all that stuff. Sometimes they produce food or beverages and sell this stuff. And this is like additional income for them.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was thinking.
So there are much more connections than some municipalities understand.
And with the royal family of Great Britain, they are the biggest souvenirs. I call them cultural heritage or national treasure. Yeah, very interesting. Okay.
Cool.
So that's me that. Yeah. Speaking big how. So that's mean that at least this part of our today's 2 days seminar. Today's 2 days seminar is where I think we can say goodbye to all people who are watching us and was following us in Zoom and YouTube. And I think we will have some discussions afterwards and some practical things that we need to discuss. But thank you to all speakers.